Hi, good morning, everyone. We'll start in a minute. Okay, so yesterday we finished discussing population and related issues, wherein we talked about various issues like population explosion, whether it is a problem or not, what is the relationship between population growth and poverty, what is the issue with respect to decreasing sex ratio at birth in India, and the aging population of India. Now, the next chapter that we have to take up is covers regionalism, communalism, and secularism. Now, with respect to regionalism, about the historical dimension, it is something which is covered with your post independent India. And what we'll do primarily here is that we'll look at various trends, how things have been changing, what are the issues related to regionalism, and what can be the possible solutions. So, this is the limited scope of regionalism that will be taken up here. Then, when we talk about secularism, the constitutional idea, constitutional dimension of this is covered in your polity lectures. So what you have to do is, when we understand secularism here, secularism, secularization, you relate with the constitutional dimension as well. It's better you club your notes together and keep it in one place so that you have everything in one place. You not have to look at secularism in silos, in watertight compartments. And also we'll take up communalism. What is communalism? What are the problems related to communalism? And what can be the possible solutions? And also, if you look at the questions that are being asked have a slightly different nature, and we'll try to cover those aspects in the lecture itself. Starting with regionalism, now, the first thing that you have to understand is that regionalism is a feeling, and it happens on a psychic level. That it is that feeling people have, feeling of belonging to a region, feeling of belonging to a community. Think about it. Some of you might be living in Delhi and have come from various parts of the country. Say, some might be there from Bihar, maybe from South India. And the moment you find someone here in Delhi who belongs to a region, there is an instant feeling of connect. You switch back to uh, uh, your regional language in place of English. And it is that feeling of say connectedness, feeling of togetherness with respect to a particular region. Now, when we look into regionalism in India, it is manifested in different ways. So let me clear this beforehand. At times, it will be on the basis of language. At times, it will be on the basis of shared culture. Because for that matter, you can see that India has been divided in various states. So if it were only about linguistic or culture idea, you would not have seen a lot of North Indian states who primarily speak Hindi, and yet they're divided in different states. So it can be culture, it can be religion, it can be language as well. So we'll talk about all those dimensions. So regionalism is basic that feeling, but when it becomes a problem, when does it become a social issue? When this feeling of regionalism, feeling of connectedness with one's region subdues the larger interests of the community, subdues the larger interests of the nation. And that's when it becomes a problem. Because regionalism manifests on a very small scale as well. Favoring someone for job interviews, for instance, favoring someone when it comes to the matter of renting accommodation. These are basic instances of regionalism that we see, but they do not become as harmful as the regionalism which subdues the larger interest of the nation. So when we speak about regionalism, we'll definitely look at the stages in we'll find out where does it actually become a problem. And when we talk about solutions to regionalism, it is that part which we are going to focus. Now think about it. When we say regionalism, feeling good for one's community, thinking of bettering one's community, one's region, where is the problem in that? If you want to do something better for your society, say you are coming from Punjab and you want to make sure that Punjab overcomes the drug problem, becomes a better nation, becomes a better society in the future, do you think there is any problem with respect to that? And you would say no, it's not a problem. But the thing is, when we say regionalism, it is generally the negative connotation that is attached to it. But rather than just looking at one dimension of it, we'll look at both and we'll find out what are the positives and negatives of regionalism. Because regionalism can actually lead to better development of various regions. So if there is a state demanding statehood, there is a region demanding statehood or demanding more autonomy in terms of administrative economic decisions, it will ultimately work for the betterment of that region. Because think about it, that local leaders, people from that region would know better about what are the problems of that area and how we can fix those. And this is one of the major criticisms of your central schemes that we find, that all these schemes, similarly with respect to poverty, you'll see, and with respect to other schemes as well, that they have say same agenda, they have a uniformity with respect to various regions as well, without catering to the different demands of those regions, of those people. And that is when regionalism becomes a problem. So you can look at these few instances of movements, social political movements, based on the idea of regionalism, demanding separate statehood, fight against the imposition of Hindi in the southern states. So these are a few instances, and we'll definitely look into what other forms of or what other manifestations of regionalism we find. So when we talk about regionalism, it is extreme loyalty to a particular region, which may undermine the interests of the nation. So in India, say there is one state, for example, take uh, any state for that matter. Let's not call it a state, any region in India. Yes, they want to assert their identity. Yes, the people are loyal to that region, but it will become a problem when they'll start saying that our interests are primary, our interests are the ones which have to be taken care of, and we do not care what happens to the rest. So having that extreme loyalty to one's region becomes problematic, because it will come in the way of development of one other regions and the nation as a whole. And you find that whenever there is a conflict because of regionalism, whenever there is regional manifestation, you find that the larger interests of the society take a back seat. Think about your river water disputes. Now it is that if you talk about Kaveri river water sharing, that at times it becomes violent, and also there is a perpetual feeling of that the others' interests do not matter. It is only our interest. It is only either the interest of Karnataka or the interests of Tamil Nadu that matter. The interests of India as a whole and the interests of both the parties to this conflict do not matter. So this is the idea of regionalism, and let's look at these stages in which regionalism grows, and they'll look similar, they'll sound similar uh, to communalism. But before that, the idea of region. Now, you do not have to get into these technical details of the idea of region. You just have to simply understand that a region, one, can be anything. can be any territorial extent, because it depends on the larger context. Take example, if we talk about the world, you say that there are Western countries which are developed, and there are Eastern countries which are not developed, or the rather the North and South divide. Then we talk about Asia Pacific region. Then we talk about South Asian region, European region, right? So region can take various forms in international arena as well. Then if we come to India, now this regionalism can be based on religion. The split between Haryana and Punjab on the basis of religion. Then it can be on the basis of language, various dialects that are spoken, right? So Tamil speaking people, Tamil speaking region, then Kannada speaking region, so on and so forth. Then again, it can be on the basis of demand for statehood, demand for betterment, demand for more autonomy. So the idea here is, the first thing that you have to understand is, when we say region, it is not really not just limited to territorial extent, because various manifestations of regionalism, you'll find uh, that it is happening globally. Think about the recent protests for Khalistan, because you find them happening in Canada, you find them happening in Australia, in UK. So it is not just limited to territorial extent. There can be people from the other region living in other regions, people living, people coming from other cultures, who can also have that sense of regionalism. Because when we talk about India, then it becomes North India and South India. So the demand of separate Dravid Nat, for instance, then East Indians, Northeast Indians particularly, and that's where you find that in Northeast India you have a lot of diversity with respect to tribals, with respect to religion, different cultures, a lot of languages being spoken, a lot of different dialects. But when we talk about, say, in larger context of India, that it is Northeast India, which is considered as a separate region. So this regional identity can be on the basis of, say, geography, that we are people from the hills, right? The Pahadis, for that matter. So they having a separate sense of identity on the basis of geography. Then it can be on the basis of religion, language, different customs, different cultural practices. Then the idea can be with respect to various socio-economic political stages of development. Think about this. One of the major reasons that you find later, after independence, later in the development phase, that you find is, those larger states and their poor performance became a reason for regionalism. That these bigger states, if we leave them together, if it stays together, they're not able to administer, because of the size, because of the size of that particular state. So splitting it into parts, so that was one reason as well, so which can be a political reason. Then you can think of various other social reasons as well. The say talk about the idea of regionalism with respect to currently, you say, Northeast India, that when we talk about mainstream India, the rest of the India, find the stage of development, socioeconomic development is different. They have a tribal setup, so the economy is not that good, is not that great. So they have a separate sense of identity because of that as well. It's not just their tribal identity, it's not just their racial identity, but that as well. Then also it can be uh, the basis can also be historical tradition, because basically if you look at North India, most of the states majorly speak Hindi. But then on the basis of their historical experiences, you find various states, Bihar, Uttar Pradesh, etc. So this manifestation of regionalism can be found on the basis of different variables. So this idea of region is not limited to geography. is not just limited to, say, a religion or language. There can be multiple factors. Then various characteristics of regionalism. You understand it simply in the form of, say, how it can grow. Now, first step can be that I belong to this region, and the people that are here, I have a sense of loyalty towards them. That I have a sense of loyalty towards my people from the region which I come from. It is fine. This is okay, because yes, you'll obviously have a sense of attachment with respect to your region. Then the next stage is that the interests of our region and the interests of another region or the country as a whole are different. That the interests of Bihar are different and the interests of India are different. Still, there is no problem. Yes, because India as a whole will look at the larger developmental picture. But if we talk about Bihar, they'll have their specific problems, specific issues which they would have to solve. So their interests might be different compared to the rest of the country. Still no problem. Now it becomes a problem when they say that our interests and your interests are not just different, but antithetical to each other, opposite to each other. So if you get developed, it actually is underdevelopment for us, for instance. So the first idea is loyalty to the region. The second idea is that our interests, our idea of development is different compared to the other one. And the finally that the stage that you can see it in is where it becomes actually negative, is that other regions should not get benefited. It should be our region which should get primacy over other regions. And this is how you can understand it in the form of say graph, that how it changes, how the feeling changes. So till first two stages, when we say that I want my region to grow, it is fine. But the moment you say in the final stage that my region should grow at the expense of yours, or the at the expense of the larger nation state, then it becomes a problem. And this is the problem that we have to address, because one having affection for one's region, not a problem. One asserting rights of their own region, not a problem, because you find that on the because India is a very diverse country. If various regional, linguistic, religious identities, if they do not assert their rights, then the chances are that it will become one homogeneous region, one homogeneous country, and the diversity will be lost. So to preserve that diversity, it is important. Then also the developmental experiences of various states, various regions is going to be different. So because of that experience, everyone will have a different set of problems which require a unique solution. Rather than imposing central schemes which apply uniformity or to all the places, all the regions, all the states, why not have specific or targeted policies? And if you remember, the idea about development and empowerment, we were comparing between those, right? The idea of development is development for all. But when we talk about empowerment, we choose a specific targeted group and empower them. So they are given priority over others. So that was the difference. Here as well, you have to see, rather than making it uniform, that expecting every state, every region to react the same way is not the solution. So this is something, this is a conflict that we have to resolve. And again, when we talk about conflict, as already highlighted, that we have to uh, make good social changes with our policies without affecting the larger fabric of the nation, because the changes should not be so that it actually breaks down the entire structure. So that is what we have to keep in mind. So we will never take any extreme steps, Because if you go to this regionalism extreme, then you land in the problem of balkanization, or splitting of the country in various new nations, everyone seceding from this union. And if you move towards this extreme, that yes, the unity of the country is of utmost importance, and that it is, so just to maintain that, taking the other extreme will become dictatorial. So we have to find the fine balance between these two extremes. So one wherein the entire country gets splitted, and the other extreme where yes, it is unified, but the diversity is lost and people do not feel connected. It becomes a mechanical union rather than an organic one. Because in India, if you remember our discussion from unity and diversity, India, the Indian diversity is organic. So the Indian unity is organic. We do have diversity, but it is not the unity is not forced upon us. It is because of our shared experience, shared culture, that we find ourselves united. It is the same spirit of tolerance that Indians have, which becomes the reason for our unity. So the same logic, the same idea has to be extended to regionalism as well. So one, that it is a psychic phenomena because it is happening on a psychic level. So one, it is happening on a psychological level, that it is the feeling of the people. Then it is conditioned by economic, social, political, and cultural disparities. And you see that every region has a different culture. They speak a different language. Then it can be on the basis of dialect, for that matter. You can take example of Andhra Pradesh and Telangana. So it was primarily because of the underdeveloped region. But yes, there's a difference in dialect as well. So the diversity of India can become a reason for regionalism or extreme form of regionalism, or it can become the reason for unity. And we have to, again, I'm repeating the same, we have to strike a fine balance between the both. And the stages of regionalism we have seen in the form of characteristics. And we see that it is not a problem as long as the interests of the larger nation are taken into account. Now, these are various contexts in which regionalism can be used. So, one example that we have given is that of the international level. So, talk about South Asian region. Now, particularly when we talk in the international context, it is generally about cooperation amongst countries from one region for their specific interests. This is what regionalism in international context means. But what we have to do is we have to stick to the idea of India. Now, there you find you have various states that are there, which have been formed on the basis of various reasons. And the manifestation of regionalism you can find in various examples. So, but it can be primarily divided into three parts, can be of three types. So, one is for the decentralization of administration, that the local units should get more say, that rather than the center telling us what to do, it should be the states who should be able to take the decision. And also in every state you'll find there'll be a few districts that are, say, left behind in this process of development, that are underdeveloped compared to the rest of the state. And it is generally those districts, it is generally that region which asserts the identity, which assert this demand for decentralization of administration. So it is not necessarily always creation of a separate state. It can be just decentralization as well. It can be more autonomy to that particular region. Then socio-cultural counter movement against the imposition of a monolithic national unity. This can be found easily in the protests against Hindi, against imposition of Hindi. I hope you have read these examples in your post-independence India. So that's why we're not getting into the greater details of these. That what was the reason, etc. So one, because the similar idea of globalization. So when we were talking about globalization, we were saying that globalization is leading to homogenization of culture, and as a reaction to it, as a backlash to this homogenizing force of globalization, we find various cultural identities asserting their people from various cultures asserting their identity. Similarly, here as well, you'll find that the identity of one India, and the people of which speak one language, against the idea of this, you find various protests. And it is not just in the context of the larger country, it can be within a state as well. That people speaking a different dialect, people experiencing a different culture. So rather than assimilating, and if you remember the two ideas that we had talked about, acculturation and assimilation, and you can apply that logic. So if we try to, if the union tries to assimilate the minorities and the other different diverse cultures into one, or into the bigger culture, larger culture, it becomes a problem, because then the other culture, the minority cultures particularly, they have a sense, or they have a feeling of losing their identity. So the similar logic has to be extended here to the protest against imposition of Hindi, or to the protest against homogenization. Then it can be a political counter movement against, not against, but rather asking, demanding for more autonomy. So it can be a creation of separate state, it can be demand for greater autonomy, and also you'll find that there are a few instances where it is the demand for seceding from the state. And you have examples that people demanding to create their own uh, nation, own state. So the recent example can be of Khalistan. Then you can talk about Kashmir. Then you can talk about Bodoland in northeast, right? Greater Nagaland, absolutely. So these can, there are a few instances of these kind of movements as well, which are mostly political in nature. So rather than being social movements, they have a more political bias, that they want to create a separate state, they want to administer that state. And it is not, the social identity that they share is at the heart of it, but it has more political overtone compared to the social one. Now, a few instances of regionalism, the examples we have been given. So we can think in terms of linguistic reorganization of the states. So on the basis of language, states were reorganized. Then you can talk about the Telangana movement, demand for Dravidnat, various tribal and ethnic identities demanding their states and ultimately getting one. Then you can talk about the erstwhile union administered territories, or your union territories, demanding a separate state, or not a separate state, sorry, demanding status of a state. So you have example of Goa, for that matter. Then you have a recent example from Delhi, that they are also asserting, uh, or they are also demanding statehood. So you find that the idea is, you find various manifestations of regionalism. It can be because of fight for resources between two states, Haryana and Punjab for water, for instance, Delhi and Haryana for water, river water, then Karnataka and Tamil Nadu, for that matter. And wherever there are shared resources, and particularly natural resources, whenever there is a river flowing between two states, more often than not, you'll find that there is a dispute, and you find multiple river disputes, for that matter. Then also, it can be on the basis of underdevelopment, can be on the basis of linguistic racial identity. So I hope you got a fair idea with respect to what regionalism is. So you are asking that the book, class 11th book for regionalism, is it okay? So I believe that it covers mostly the historical dimension, and yes, it is good because you'll get a fairer idea about all these disputes. But even if you do not cover that, these things will ultimately be covered in your post independence history, because a few of you might not have covered them right now. Then historical roots of regionalism in India. So one thing that we have to understand is that India has always been diverse. There have been cultural differences, and when we talk about this diversity, so the general assumption is, because of this diversity, we should have had a lot of conflicts between amongst people. But that is not the case. It's not that there were no conflicts at all. Yes, we do find conflicts, and at times becoming violent, but it was not the norm. Those were exceptions. So there you see that India is moving on. Previously, it was divided in various kingdoms. Then again, the idea that there is a strong sense of regionalism there as well. Then also at times you find complete unification of the entire country. So say under Ashoka, under the Mughals, to a great extent, there was unification of the entire country. So various kingdoms coming together, or being rather ruled by one ruler, or one kingdom. Then you see that the Britishers entered India. They started with their policies of colonialism. People were not very happy with that. And there you find that there were two streams of movement. So one was primarily for the idea of region, and then there was this pan India movement, which was mostly led by your Indian National Congress. Even within Indian National Congress, there were splits, and you must understand that. But generally, the initial demands for freedom, or the initial assertion of rights, was primarily on the basis of region, because people were coming from different regions. People were previously under different dynasties, for that matter. They were ruled by particular families, and they were limited to that. So, yes, there were cultural similarities across the country, but it was not that we had a great sense of, say, unity, for that matter, because you see that these kingdoms, these various states, were fighting amongst each other for the sake of expansion. But then there was a sense of unity when the Britishers entered, and to oust them, there was a sense of unity, but also there was a stream of regionalism as well, because people were, say, Bengalis want to get free. It was not always that we as we as Indians wanted to oust the Britishers, because you see that, say, for instance, during the revolt of 1857, there were a lot of regions, rulers, who actually actively supported Britishers. And it is not just one instance, but right from the beginning, it was one or the other who was actually helping the Britishers. So there was no sense of unity for to a great extent when it comes to ousting the Britishers or getting freedom. And also, this is one of the criticisms you find, or this is one of the debates you find. If you remember that, whenever you talk about a movement, you used to talk about the pan-Indian nature of those movements, whether it was pan-Indian or not. So if you talk about, say, your non-cooperation movement, you try to find out, to try to figure out whether it was pan-Indian or not. And therein you have this debate. There are few features which make it pan-Indian, and there are other few which show that it had a limited extent. Yes, so Bansi is observing that, but diversity is not the reason behind conflict. Yes, so when we read communalism as well, and in Indian context, we talk primarily from the point of view of religion, and we find that it is not the diversity or not the differences between religion that actually lead to violent conflicts or communal conflicts. It is mostly the political side, it is mostly the political angle which leads to the conflicts. Similarly, here we find that in India we have been staying peaceful for long, and even though we had conflicts amongst various rulers, various regions, say Marathas and your southern uh, Tipu, for that matter. Now, these conflicts were mostly for expansion. It was not for the sake of subduing a particular culture or taking over a particular region. They had a political aspect and economic aspect related to it. That everyone wanted to expand their presence so that they can have more and more of revenue for their state, and also for the glory that is there in political expansion. So they were not because of the say uh, religious differences. It was not say Hindus versus Muslims when you talk about Marathas, because in every say in every region you had all the people, you had all the religions, people from multiple religions who were actually a part of it. So it was not to subdue any particular culture. And therein we find that diversity is not a direct your conflicts cannot be directly related to diversity, because think about Europe, primarily Christian, but they are the ones who actually had the most number of wars for that matter, and the wars that we have seen. So was it on the basis of religion? No, it was not. So the idea was different. And similarly, you extend the same logic to India, that diversity does not necessarily mean that people will have conflicts. Then you move towards your post-independence phase. Now, what has happened is, yes, India got free. There are various regions who are asserting their identity, who want more autonomy with respect to how they want to run their business or how they want to take care of their day-to-day administration. Then there were various linguistic groups, basis which there was linguistic reorganization of states. Then a few states were split for the mere reason of administration. For the ease of administration, it was done as well. And then of late, you see that uh, there have been multiple conflicts and multiple manifestations of regionalism. So if we talk about recent one, someone has Sachin has already mentioned son of soil theory. So your reservation on the basis of domicile, say the recently proposal by Haryana, that on the basis of your domicile, on the basis of your residence, you will get reservation in jobs, in private jobs. And also you find that on the basis of domicile, it's not just a new idea. And again, some might say that there it's not constitutional or something, but you find that it is still there. It's not that it has been stopped. So if you are being asked now whether it is constitutional or not, right now it is, right? So it is not subjudiced. It's not that that there is a hold on these reservations. They're still continuing. Talk about Andhra Pradesh, because Haryana is a very recent proposal, but Andhra Pradesh, it has been there for a long time. So recent growth of regionalism and how it is manifesting, and also what we have to see from social issues point of view, that what are the factors which are actually making people assert their regional identity. What are those factors in the say what is happening right now currently, and you can think about various reasons for the same. And also at the same time we find uh, that it can be because of political reasons as well. So if you can give me an example, think about any regional party, or think about the decline of Indian National Congress as your major party, or as the party which had the most number of seats for a long time. So in that sense, you find that Indian National Congress was also working as a force of unification for that matter. But with the breakdown of Indian National Congress, various regional parties asserting their rights also coming into the picture, getting stronger, and particularly post Green Revolution, you find that there has been more sense of regionalism in people in general. So yes, you are citing examples for that matter. Now, different expressions, we have already mentioned this. So it can be linguistic reorganization of states, the fight against imposition of Hindi that was there primarily in the southern part of the nation. Then there are other considerations with respect to this as well. Now, generally, you relate this idea, the emerging middle caste. So, middle caste, so previously, before Green Revolution, you'll find that uh, these castes, take example of, say, Jats, take example of Yadavs, Patidars. They have been agricultural castes. They were involved in agriculture, but with respect to agriculture, we know that it is not very, say, it was generally for the sake of subsistence. So the economic status was not that great. But with Green Revolution, you find, yes, Green Revolution did not impact every region in the same manner. So, for instance, Bihar had a different impact, Haryana had a different impact. Then also within the region, it depends on your say purchasing power, whether you were able to buy those high yielding variety seeds or not, whether you had proper irrigation facilities, what was the size of your land. So basis that, Green Revolution had differential impact, and that's something you read in geography. And there is a generally this question is asked, that with respect to Green Revolution, what is the difference between various states and regions, whether Green Revolution has impacted everyone similar in a uniform manner, or are there differences. So we find that these middle castes got affluent with time because of the effects of Green Revolution, and they are the ones, and these say rural elites are the ones who primarily invested in political parties, who formed political groups, political parties, and that is where you find this origin of regional parties, that the rural, and particularly the rural elite in the states of Punjab, Haryana, and Maharashtra, the rural elite who got benefited from Green Revolution either formed their own party or funded these political parties, which gave a push to regionalism. Then you can talk about your northeastern states, wherein your ethnic and economic factors, ethnic related to their culture, related to their racial identity, and also economic factors because they are, compared to the rest of the country, underdeveloped to a certain extent. So the economic structure is primarily tribal, even though various governments have been putting in efforts to develop them. And again, when we say development, also you have to remember that the idea of development for every region is different, right? So when we talk about developing the tribal areas, it does not mean that you take away the forests from there and build a lot of infrastructure, industries, etc. So the idea of development is different, and you see that the approach towards development in different regions is different. And another factor is that because of the hilly terrain, or because of uh, the harsh climatic conditions and geographically being different, you find that economically they are a little behind of the rest of the country. So that also becomes a reason for asserting their identity. Then religion was a major factor for the creation of Punjab and Haryana. So one was religion, the other one was language as well. So the creation happened because of that. Then also from union territories to states. So these have been a few other instances of regionalism. Yes, so currently Nagaland demanding for separate territorial councils for 6 districts. Yes, so it can also be. So whatever new instances you find, because current affairs is something that has to be looked into every day. So the conflict that happened in parts of Haryana yesterday, impacting Gurgaon, Faridabad, that region, communal conflict, yes, these can be cited as examples. So but what we have to do is we have to be looking at them neutrally, rather than from the perspective of one, say, communal party or the other. It's better to look at them neutrally, that how these issues were fueled. And if there are detailed reports on these, if detailed reports come later, then we'll find that it is generally the political parties and various socio-political leaders, religious leaders, who actually fuel these conflicts. So recent growth of regionalism, so already given the example of Green Revolution and the widening of electoral democracy. So one idea is that the regions which have been underdeveloped, with rising awareness and with the spread of electoral democracy, they now know that they are a part of the system. They feel they have that sense of importance. They also feel more connected towards their region, because now they know that we can elect our leaders, for that matter. And also this is in direct relation to your regional political parties. Because of the impacts of Green Revolution, you find the emergence of middle caste, and this middle caste is the one which ultimately became the factor or the agent behind the rise of these regional parties, because now they have the money, now they have the reach, and why not? Then your perception of economic discrimination or the urge for speedier development. Can you suggest example of a region which feels that we are left behind, and they are asserting for more and more rights, more and more autonomy? Manoj is asking whether demanding statehood is negative or not. We'll answer that. We'll answer that when we come to the point, and we will have a discussion on that. It's better to keep that question so that you keep thinking. So, Bundelkhand, yes. Northeast, Purvanchal, the Vidarbha region, great. So there can be a few examples, and this can be the recent ones. Yes. So when you're talking about Bihar, Jharkhand, so Jharkhand was this is an old instance or old example, for that matter. Yes, it is a good example because one, tribal identity, and second, primarily uh, economic backwardness. So the same example of Jharkhand can be looked into here, that so if this is a state within a country, say this region is not at par in terms of development as the rest of the region, and they'll feel, at times they'll feel that this is because we come from this region, this is because we come from this particular say cultural group or linguistic group, that we are being discriminated against within this state. So yes, as a whole, all of us might speak Telugu, but just because our dialect is different, we have been left behind. And also this can be the reason for the unity amongst them. It can be thought of other way as well, that we have a sense of unity in the sense that we are underdeveloped, we have not been treated properly by the larger state, their developmental policies have not been uniform, they have been uneven. And generally you find in various states, you'll generally find the region or the district that your chief minister is coming from, that is actually the place where you'll find the most development happening. Generally, it's not the case always, but yes, previously at least you found that a lot. And what happens is, if an area starts getting socially and politically and technologically advanced, for that matter, then generally you'll find that they'll have more money in terms of say getting into politics. They'll have more money to invest. Again, people will be more aware, and those are the regions will go on developing, because you'll find there'll be a lack of representation from the other regions, so lack of say of the other regions, and they'll stay underdeveloped. Now economic non-performance of larger states, which made them to break them. down into multiple states. Can you give any example for this apart from Bihar, Jharkhand, which is already done? How green revolution is connected to regionalism? We already had say detailed discussion on the same. So green revolution led to rise of the middle caste, Jats, Yadavs, etc. And then you find that they had the money, they had the influence, they formed political parties or supported regional political parties, hence giving a push to regionalism. And also because of green revolution, there are a few states, there are a few regions which were left behind, because green revolution did not obviously had uniform experience for everyone. So they got left behind, and they also started feeling that we are underdeveloped, and started asserting their identity for that matter. So okay, so we are talking about economic non-performance of larger states. So Punjab and Haryana cannot be a reason for that, because it was primarily on the basis of language and linguistic and the religious identity. So we cannot mention that. Telangana region, yes, can be an example of the same. The Jammu Kashmir is a different case, so it would not fall here. So it is not for the economic non-performance that it has been splitted. It is for other security reasons. So the example of Chhattisgarh can be there, yes. Now, when you say Karnataka, like what? Because Karnataka is one state, right? Okay, so then we can also talk about assertion of various communities. Example of Andhra, Telangana, for that matter. Then as already mentioned, that the decline of Indian National Congress as the dominant party is also a reason for the same, because then you have one central party, and there is a sense of unity across the length and breadth of the country, because it is coming from the administrative decisions, the developmental policies, everything is coming from the same command. Now with the decline of Indian National Congress and the rise of various regional parties, because it is a decline of it can be thought of in both ways, because we do not know what exactly how exactly it happened. So it can be either the rise of regional parties which led to the decline of Indian National Congress, or it can be the decline of Indian National Congress which led to the rise of regional parties. And generally it is assumed that it is the policies, the developmental policies of the Indian National Congress, which ultimately gave way to these regional parties. But also there is a counter argument, in the sense that it was the policies like Green Revolution, etc., which ultimately fueled or ultimately uh, funded these regional political parties. So over centralization of political power at the center. Now over centralization will ultimately lead to unification, right? But the idea here is the backlash to this over centralization. For example, imposing the same language, having the same economic policies for the entire country, can be a reason for backlash against this uniformity, or against this what do you say, dictatorial rule. If it need not be dictatorial, but the center having more power compared to the states becomes a problem, because it is against the federal nature. So if center becomes very strong, so right now if you see, right now, do not use this example, just understand, right now the center is very strong. If we talk about current situation, and at the same time you find that because of this strong center, you find that a lot of regions are actually coming up, or are actually coming in backlash, and particularly the southern states. So southern states who have always been a little cautious of the politics of the central government, because generally the central governments have say more of North Indian outlook than South Indian, more often than not. So at least the composition of the political parties. So the South Indian states are coming up strongly against this strong rule uh, by the BJP at the center. Then various policies, FDI policies, liberalization policies, and you see, the idea is because of the foreign direct investment primarily going to these southern states, and during globalization we had discussed that they had better infrastructure in terms of human development index. They were doing better compared to rest of the country, and so they were the ones who initially got the foreign direct investment, and multiple service sector units and service sector enterprises opened there, and they were they moved little ahead in development. So this sense of being more developed also can lead to asserting your regional identity. And you see, in particularly in South Indian states now, is for the past few years, that having this sense of uh, IT hub. So think about Bangalore and Chennai. So even though if we talk about Bangalore, it is very accommodating for that matter, and we have already talked about the culture and the idea of language there. That most of the people, the local Bangaloreans, are multilingual. But of late, you see that because of various social and political groups and the politics and the regional politics, you find that there is a certain amount of backlash against people coming from other states, saying that uh, you are stealing our jobs. And you find a few instances here and there on the internet, somewhere on Instagram and in the news at times, that particularly people from northeast and the eastern part of the country, and obviously North Indians as well, they get targeted for this reason. So one is because of getting developed, because of this regional imbalance in terms of development, we find the one who left behind, who got left behind, who became poorer, they have a sense of feeling being treated like peripheries. And the one who actually grow better, who do better, they also have this sense that we are better, and why are you coming here stealing our jobs, etc. So these but again, you have to remember that it is it has not yet become a challenge to this social fabric of the entire nation, for that matter. Yes, there are few instances, because it's not that our society is completely tolerant, everyone has the same level of tolerance. Yes, there are people, yes, there are people who are not that educated. Then there are people who are not ready to understand, who have that traditional mindset, and they can be led into these violent activities easily. So there are multiple factors to that, but yes, you find these instances here and there in the news. Now this allocation of funds being tied to specific programs can be understood as the central level policies that happen. So if there is a if there is a policy, yesterday's violence in Gurgaon is communal in nature. If you see that there were two groups or two religious groups involved, so because of Bajrang and the procession taken out by VHP, it led to a communal conflict in Nu that has considerable Muslim population. We don't know yet what actually happened there, but yes, there has been violence, but it is not regional, it is communal in nature. It is on the basis, on the idea of religion. Okay, so there's a question, and a good question at that. So why so Ajay is saying that why are we discussing regionalism? Because it is ultimately the political parties who have to from where the your legislators will get elected, and they know about all these issues already. They'll make policies. We just have to say execute them, implement them. So why talk about regionalism at all? But as long as we do not study about this, you would not be able, because just think about the regional any regional conflict happening in your district, and if you're not aware about the conflict, all you can do is just to take care of the law and order situation. But what about actually making changes so that it does not happen in future? Because uh, taking care of the law and order situation, say sending police, etc., that is short term answer to the violence, so that more and more, so that less and less number of people get affected by the violence. Yes, but what about the larger problem from where the this issue started? So we cannot be blindsided to say the issue, various issues that happen in the society. And again, when we talk about our legislators, so the idea is everyone has to speak for the country as a whole one, and also have to speak for the region. And there they have to come to a point so that there is a mix of both, so that on the say on the expense of state, nation should not grow, and on the expense of nation, states should not grow, right? So there has to be a very a good balance between the same. So because of these programs, you find that it is similar to the idea of development and empowerment that we had talked about, that we so every state has the same policy, same and then there is this special status to a few states, wherein those states will get funds differently and more funds for that for their development because of their economic underdevelopment. And now this also breeds dissatisfaction amongst others, and then there is a fight, there is a struggle for getting this spatial status. So you can understand it in that manner as well. Now these were various instances and various ways in which regionalism is manifested. So at times it becomes violent, at times it does not. And also in India we see that there are only a few instances where actually this issue with respect to regionalism came in came between the or came in the way of larger national interest, right? So there are only a few instances for that matter where states are asking to secede from the union, but generally it has not been on the expense of the larger nation state, that is India. So do remember that, and that is how we maintain our unity. So yes, people have regional aspirations, people want their region to grow, they want more autonomy, but they want to stay a part of this larger entity called India. So okay, now that we have seen all the sides, we have discussed all the sides of regionalism, let's talk about how can we look at regionalism in a positive light. Now let me tell you, before we start doing this exercise, let me tell you one thing. When we say that how do we look at regionalism in positive light, the reason for mentioning this point is the way the questions are being asked. And I'll show you one question. You would have to understand this way. It is not that what is the positive and what is the negative of regionalism. So ultimately we have to strike a balance, but to try to look into that look into the aspect of regionalism in positive light and negative light, rather than looking at the positives and negatives of regionalism, because generally the question is directed this way. So yes, I know that it is not a lot of difference, but it'll make a lot of difference to the way you write answers. So Vikas is suggesting that all these political parties create these regional conflicts deliberately to gain politically, and this is at the expense of the innocent people that are involved in it. So yes, we can say that ultimately it is the political dispensation which fuels these communal and violent violent regional and communal conflicts. But you see that again it happens on a social level as well, because people are coming there for the sake of their regional identity, right? So they're protesting for the sake of the regional identity. And also you see that regional conflicts have not always been violent in India, particularly if we talk about regional conflicts. Yes, communal conflicts become violent every now and then. You saw recently in Uttarakhand, now you see in Haryana, and this goes on. As the elections come near, This is something that is bound to happen to divide people and so to consolidate the vote bank. But when we talk about regional conflicts, they have not, most of them have not been very violent. It has been very subtle for that matter. So we cannot always say that it is only the political, say, dispensation which actually makes innocent people fight for regional identity. Okay, so you are already suggesting for what can be the positive dimensions of regionalism. So yes, one is preserving their regional identity. Then, for the sake of development, what else can be there? Yes, it can be economic development. So rather than writing unity of thought, you can write it as a sense of community, a sense of community, that people feeling for the community, which is not something wrong. Right, yeah, solidarity. And I'll mention again that it's better not to use the term solidarity because it has sociological connotation. So it's better to use other words, other similar words, so that your optional bias does not reflect in your GS paper. Administrative convenience, great. What else can be there? Better policy implementation. So yes, it can be covered under development. Then yes, so Kunal has made a good point, but we can phrase it differently. So he's saying that so that no one political party dominates the country. So it can be thought of in terms of Rajya Sabha, so that you have representatives from everywhere. So you do have representatives from everywhere, but then the more number of regional parties you'll have, the better it is. Right? So there'll be a sense of acculturation as well. People getting used to someone else's culture. So okay. So targeted development, yes, from the sense of security, because it ultimately, if not catered to, this can also become a security challenge. Strengthening of democracy, yes, it's a term that you should definitely use in your answer. That you should definitely use in your answer, because primarily, if we look at the broad theoretical framework of regionalism, it is generally understood, because it's not the subject matter here, but it's good that you understood. So it is understood as whether it is antithetical to democracy, if the idea of unification is antithetical to democracy or not. So in that larger framework, theoretical framework, it has to be seen. But yes, we have proceeded in the same way. So rather than calling it democracy, limited we have limited this to diversity. So ultimately, promotion of participatory democracy, great. Preserving various languages and culture, preserving the diversity. Yes, so Akansha has also made a good point, saying that when because of regional identity, because of regional politics, people's participation will also increase, and the more the public participation, the better the governance, as it follows. Yes, so great. So you have mentioned many, but do remember, and you just do remember this thing, that when we are mentioning these, we have also taken into account regional parties, the issues related to the same. That what are the benefits of regional parties? But again, what we have to do is, when you get a question on this, you have to use more number of examples, because you do not have, say, a lot of dimensions to these kind of questions. They'll ask on a very specific note, and you have to write your answer. So it is better to use multiple examples in your answer to make it better. And always mention, so when you talk about the benefits of regional parties, so just mention briefly that regional parties also owe to the feeling of regionalism or to the growth of regionalism, and then you can write about the benefits, because otherwise it is just the benefits of regional parties and not regionalism. So you connect it wherever the dots need to be connected, you connect it in your answers. So more number of people, more voter turnout, good example. Yes, so regionalism can take take the form of a communal conflict, and yes, also it can definitely lead to a civil war, and that's something we see in a lot of countries that has happened. Yes, okay. So with decentralization comes administrative convenience. So yes, so we have pretty much covered all the points. These points have been mentioned, and we have started. Uh, we have approached the topic like this so that you understand what are the positives. So if we talk about India as a nation, what are the constituent units? These are states. So if the states develop, the entire nation develops. So because these are the building blocks of India, then the statehood gives self-determination, ultimately leads to empowerment. So the idea of development fulfilled. Why? Because if we talk about development, raising the standard of living of people, that is fulfilled with more push towards, say, more push, more focus towards your regional problems. Then the idea of empowerment, because there are regions that are left behind, and we see that economic factor is one of the most important factors with respect to the rise and growth of regionalism. So in India, it has not always been in opposition to or expense of the national identity. So as already mentioned, that it has not always been like that. So demand for separate state, or say demand for splitting a state for administrative reasons, it does not mean that it is against the national identity. Right? So the identity of India and your regional identity both go hand in hand. Then it gives a scope for balanced regional development, because we see that uh, ultimately the regionalism which leads to conflicts, which leads to violence, is also coming from the economic uneven economic development of various states or various regions across the country. So this push towards regionalism, this feeling of regionalism, demanding for more autonomy, can also lead to this balanced regional development, wherein you find that if regions are equally developed, then we actually, and you see that in every chapter, wherever there is a problem, this equitable distribution of resources, even development across the country, is always in the picture. So when we look into some problem, we say that yes, there are regional disparities. So we feel so you should get a sense of this, that uh, having even development across the country will actually be a good thing, because it will solve our issues with respect to urbanization, with respect to depleting resources, etc. And not just that, it will solve other problems as well, like regionalism, like communalism. The socio-cultural diversity is given due respect. So these can be the positives of regionalism. Then we can talk about the negatives as well. So can you suggest what can be the negatives related to regionalism? It can become an internal security challenge. Okay, so a few of you were ready with all the answers because you knew that this exercise will be conducted. So you've written everything in one go. Great. So harms larger national interest. Yes, it can give you a feeling of separation or isolation, violence between various, say, regional groups. Then, if you see that every state goes on asserting their, say, regional identity, then this will also lead to uneven development. It threatens the national unity. And these internal security conflicts actually become a problem for the nation in terms of say attracting foreign direct investment as well. Now, if you have multiple regional parties, what happens to the agenda of development of India as a whole? Because this can also ultimately lead to balkanization of the country. So self-interest or the regional interest before interest of the nation, yes, can lead to terrorism, because if there is a region that is left underdeveloped, there is political social instability. It can, one, lead to the instability of the government, and also can lead to, because they become easier targets for terrorists. So in India, when we talk about terrorism in India, we say that it has been fueled by Pakistan through Kashmir. Why? Because it has always been disturbed politically and socially. So that becomes, and so it becomes an easy target for that matter. Okay, so can affect integrity, etc., of the nation. So here are these negatives, as you have already understood, though. Now, if you look at this, it can become a threat to the unity development of the nation. And you can think about this, you have already mentioned, because of the economic factors, because of internal security, it becomes an internal security challenge. Then you can talk about the national policies, the agenda of development of India that I was talking about. The national policies get dominated by regional demands. So if there are a lot of regional demands, then what happens? The center is bound to cater to those demands, because they can also take, say, a violent turn. With that, what happens is that the agenda of development of the country as a whole, or the equitable distribution of resources across the country, takes a backseat. Now, on the basis of regionalism, rise of vote bank politics, and one you can mention here is identity politics, because it is all not always negative, which is in relation to this, because identity politics will help preserve our diversity, the cultural diversity in India. Now, these developmental plans will be implemented unevenly. I hope you get these points. Then it can become a hurdle to international diplomacy, because if there are conflicts, for that matter, how do you, in what light does it show the country? Then it disturbs the whole society, can impact development of human resources, because if an area is disturbed, if there is political social instability, then everything, your healthcare, education, awareness, jobs, skilling, everything becomes a problem. So these were a few negatives of it. And also, what you have to do is, when you talk about Indian constitution, remember your pointers from your center state relations, interstate relations, water dispute uh, resolution mechanism. Then when we talk about your schedule 7, 8, etc., so these are a few constitutional dimensions. You need not remember anything right now, but when you when you revise this, please just add in things from your polity lectures as well. So with this, we come to a point wherein we have to suggest what can be the solution. So we saw there are positives, then we saw there are negatives of regionalism. Now, to fix these negatives, what can be the possible solutions? That is our next point. So one thing is that we saw that it is because of regional disparities, uneven development, that the idea of regionalism comes into picture, and also takes negative turns at times. So one thing is that we have to reduce this regional imbalance. Now, this regional imbalance is not just in terms of economic development, but imbalance in terms of, there are languages, there are, say, linguistic minorities who do not get to exercise various rights. They can be socially deprived as well, right? So within a same state, there is, say, a linguistic minority on the basis of a dialect. Now, they do not have representation in anything. For instance, what will happen? Sooner or later, they'll start asserting their rights, which can also become negative. So, when we talk about the solutions to regionalism, then we are primarily looking at the negative dimension of regionalism. Because if it is positive, then you need not make changes as such. So, greater economic freedom to the states so that they can have their own developmental policies. So, the state sets the framework that this is the framework, the center sets the framework that this is the framework within which you have to work. Because if that does not happen, then again, we know what will happen. We know that states, if given complete autonomy, then the agenda of national development is lost. So, set the broader framework within which the states have to function, but give them autonomy with respect to how to utilize funds, etc. And also, when we do this, we have to see that how the state is performing. Because one of the major criticisms again of your centrally sponsored schemes is not the criticism, but what happens during the implementation is that the states do not perform well, but still they go on getting grants from the center. So which is not something right. That you have to evaluate their performance, you have to set a standard, you have to set the framework, and say that you have to achieve these targets, and that is when you get the next round. So apart from other issues, this is one of the reasons. So when we say that you give greater economic freedom, yes, to decide how it has to be done, but keep the national agenda, or the one agenda in which direction that we have to move, that should come from the center. Now, top priority to economic development of the deprived zones. So rather than thinking of development, think of empowerment as well, because there are areas which are deprived. There'll be areas from where you'll find more number of poor people. So you focus those areas first, because these deprived zones are the ones which will ultimately lead to the issue related to regionalism. Now, incentivize private players, because if the government does not have the say does not have the capacity to develop infrastructure, etc., it's better to go into public private partnerships, subsidize them, ask them to set up factories in your underdeveloped regions. But yes, a basic minimum level of infrastructure has to be laid. Now, they would not come without, say, any electricity or your concrete roads. Those basics have to be taken care of. Basic infrastructure, that is something that the government has to. But then you incentivize them, you give them subsidies, you give them tax holidays, so that they have a reason to set up their industries there. Then the idea of acculturation, the way we did it with respect to diversity, the same idea that people should get exposure to other cultures as well. That this happens because people do not have any exposure to each other's culture. So whatever is being told, whatever ideas prevail, we follow the same. So why not give everyone a taste of it? So the idea of multilingualism that our national education policy talks about can be an example in this regard. Then your student exchange programs, for instance, right? So yes, so we have to culture people as well, so that they understand others' culture and they do not think of it as alien. Developed means of transport and communication. This refers to the regions and areas which are remote, say hilly regions. There should be better connectivity to the mainland. The reason being, they because of this disconnect, because of this lack of transportation, what happens is they feel left out. They feel that they are separate, they are isolated from the rest. So to give them a sense of connectedness, to give them a sense of togetherness, connect roads, have better communication network laid down there, so that they do not feel that we have been marginalized. Access to better healthcare, education, etc. So the government should definitely work on the social sector, because the regional conflicts ultimately happen because uh, people become part of it. So let's not give people a reason to become a part of these violent conflicts. So what do we mean by acculturation? So simply say there is someone who speaks Hindi and then there is someone who speaks Gujarati, and there can be other traits, other cultural traits as well. So give them both a glimpse of each other's culture, because the Hindi speaking person might feel that this is a different language, this is a different person, God knows how do they stay, I would not be able to manage with them. And once you get to speak to them, once you get to know each other's culture, then there is a better say sense of connectedness between you. Do not feel that each other's culture is alien. So acculturation is basically both the cultures adopting a few elements of each other's culture. Because what happens when you move to, say, metro cities, you have a roommate. Say you're studying in a college, you'll have a roommate. Say that roommate is coming from a southern part of the country, say South India, from say Kerala. Now, if they're coming from Kerala, they'll have different, say, practices, culture with related to their eating habits, etc. Now, when you stay together, you get to know each other, you get to know about their culture, they talk about their family structure there, they talk about how the society is, they talk about all other things as well. And then they talk about their food. Then you go together to a, say, Kerala restaurant, have food, then the chances are that you might start liking those as well, those food items as well. And similarly, they also adopt a few traits from your culture. For example, they might ask you to, okay, why don't you teach me a little of Hindi, right? So there is a sense of acculturation, people experiencing each other's uh, culture. The idea of economic freedom can be understood, just do one thing. You would have read your economy, I believe. Just think of this in terms of cooperative federalism, and you'll get to the answer. And I hope rest of you understood. Yeah, it does not mean joining other culture. It means it means getting accustomed to other culture, adopting a few traits from that culture. This is acculturation. Yes, so you should promote acculturation in schools, and I have already given you the example of national education policy when they talk about multilingualism. Okay, great. Yes, so Swapnil has observed from a governance point of view that in various cases we see that the party in the state is different and the party in the center is different, and because of the conflict between the two, we find that it leads to underdevelopment. Yes, it does happen at times, and this is a good observation that you have mentioned. Now let's talk about this. There's a previous year question, a fairly simple one, and you do look at other questions that are there. Please do look at various previous year questions once we're done with this chapter, because it's not possible to take up all the questions, and that is not desirable as well, because that kills your natural instinct to write answers, that kills your instinct to say structure these questions and answers. So it's better when you revise, please do look into please do look into various other previous year questions that are there. Now, the question was, what is the basis of regionalism? So when we say what is the basis of regionalism, now this is again a question. When we look at this question, now this is a question where you would say that yes, let there be a definition in the uh, in your introduction, right? Isn't this a question which gives you that feeling that you have to talk about the basis of regionalism and what are various factors? So why not start with the definition? So just start with a quick one line definition of regionalism. Then you talk about the basis of regionalism. Now, basis of regionalism means what can be the various factors which can lead to regionalism. Now, the various factors, it can be on the basis of language, it can be on the basis of demand for more administration, it can be on the basis of underdevelopment, because of underdevelopment, right? So there can be various instances that we have already discussed that you can write here. And the next part says, is it that unequal distribution of benefits of development, unequal distribution of benefits of development on a regional basis eventually promotes regionalism? So what we have to do is we have to take up one point, that is uneven distribution of development or uneven development across the country. And then we have to see whether it promotes regionalism or not. So what you have to do is this uh, second part of the question has more to do with the instances of regionalism. It has more to do with the instances of regionalism that you have to mention here. So can we give a few instances of regionalism where it is because of the uneven distribution of the benefits of development that regionalism has taken shape? So I have given various examples there. So okay, I'll just give you one example and then you discuss about the rest. Green Revolution, one. Can you suggest other examples? Because it has more to do with instances. Andhra, Telangana, okay. What else? Acculturation has been discussed twice, so you can do one thing. If you're not able to understand, just uh, go through the recorded video once, maybe that would do. Okay, it can be, yes, uh, the idea about the north and south divide in India with respect to your FDIs. Great. Okay, so you can give various examples that you are mentioning, Vidarbha region, etc. Now, what you have to do is, uh, it has asked you that whether it eventually promotes regionalism, right? So one part of the question is done, which is the major part, which you have to address. You can give various examples. Now, what else you have to do is that you give just briefly in like in your concluding remarks, what you can mention is it is not just the unequal distribution of benefits of development that leads to regionalism. There are other factors as well, and just briefly mention those factors. Just briefly mention those factors, and also just think about this. This is something for you to think, that does uneven distribution of development always lead to the rise in regionalism? This is something for you to think about. Is it always the case? Yes, so Nitesh has given examples. Okay, great. And it's there in the PPT, and by now you would have understood. Okay, so you just, what we have to do is we have to talk about various factors that become the basis of regionalism. Out of those various factors, we have to talk about uh, uneven development, write a few instances because we have to substantiate our answer. And then also, what we have to do is we can just mention briefly the other factors. Okay. And someone had written the answer indirectly here, because if we talk about and okay, okay, let it be. You just storm your brain a bit on this while revising, and let's see that what answers do you come up with tomorrow. Okay. No, no, for other examples, other factors, you do not have to write examples. So when you okay, and the other thing is you already have this part. Sorry, you already have this part, so you need not mention them towards the end. You have already mentioned these here. So when you write it here, what is the basis of regionalism, you do mention examples here. you do mention examples here. So when they say substantiate, you have to provide facts, support your answer basically. How do you support your answer? Give examples of what has already happened. Now, the basis of regionalism, can't it be linguistic identity, for instance? And then you have examples for the linguistic identities as well. Great. Okay. Now the next part is secularism and communalism, starting with communalism. Starting with communalism. Now, the idea is just first thing that we have to remember here is uh, when we talk about communalism in Indian, because it will change context. When we talk about communalism in, say, some other society, it can be, say, ethnic or racial in nature, because it is ultimately coming from the word community. So, if it is from community, it can be any group of people, right? It can be any group of people. It need not necessarily be religious. But when we talk in terms of India, when we talk about India, we directly relate it to religion here, because that is the form of conflicts that we find. It does not mean that we do not have other conflicts, because right now we see an ethnic conflict going on, which is, again, by definition, going by the definition, is a communal conflict. So when we talk in terms of India, we will uh, limit most of our discussion to religion. But yes, at times you'll find instances of other kind of conflicts as well. So another uh, okay. So starting with this, now let's understand that people having feelings for their community in terms of religion, their religious community, can simply be understood as communalism, but it has to be, again, thought of in stages. Now, think about this. Now, people coming from the same religion having a feeling that my interests, my interests are similar to that of the rest of my community. So, people belonging to the same community having a feeling that all our interests, apart from religion, because religion is already common. So, thinking that apart from religion, all our other secular interests are also same. First stage. Then you can move on to the next one, saying that yes, all the interests that we have amongst us as a group, as a social group, or as a religious group are same, but these are also different from the other communal group, from the other religion. So Hindus having a feeling that being a Hindu, or all the Hindus have same kind of political social interests, so that everyone is, say, interested in creating a Hindu nation, for instance. So having all all Hindus having similar interest, then these interests of Hindus are different from the interests of Christians. Second stage. Now the third stage and the final is, which will ultimately lead to hatred and violence, is that the interests that we have, the interests of Hindus and Christians are not just different, but they are opposite to each other. So either it can be them or us who can stay. So thereby asking either them to leave, and generally it is the same case. Who would say that I leave? So they'll say that the other person should leave, the other community should leave. It should be a hegemony of only our religion. So it should be only the Hindus who should stay in a Hindu nation, and the rest should leave. Why? Because our interests are not just different, but opposite to each other. So this feeling of this is what the feeling of communalism is. And now with this will come hatred towards each other's religion, will come hatred towards each other's community, will come violence perpetuated against different communities. And this is how you can understand in a simple language what communalism is. So communalism is a belief that people who share a common religion, who have a common religion, as a result of this, they have common socio-political, cultural, economic interests. Or you can say, rather, easy way of saying it is secular interests and identities. Now, don't you think that it makes our definition ironical, that talking about communalism and saying and mentioning secular as well in the same line? So it's okay. So you can talk about this, you can think about this, that having similar kind of interests, but it then works in stages. It is not just that we have similar interests, it is that you have different interests as compared to us. And not just different, we have opposite interests. So either it should be you or me who stays here. And in our case, it is me, or it is our community who's going to stay in this country, right? There also is involved a feeling of superiority, that one community feels that we are superior, we are better than them, because in religion that's what happens. Generally you find these communal discussions happening in public, or maybe at family gatherings, you'll find that they'll be generally pointing out the negatives of the other religion, that see, they do this, and look at us, how better we are. So having to take that better moral ground, that's what happens, right? So having this feeling of being superior as compared to other religion, and then also having hatred against the other community, which ultimately leads to violence. So this is the idea of communalism that you have seen. Yes, you would have seen people fighting in public as well because of that. Garima, wait for it. We'll come to the difference between the difference between regionalism and communalism. Now, when we say the basic idea is, when we say regionalism, it is on the basis of region. Now, region can have various factors which work in varied degrees. But when it comes to religion, it is with respect to your religious practices, rituals, the scriptures, etc. Because here, when we talk about communalism, it is related to commune, a social group. So it is not limited by region as well. So regionalism, we were saying that you'll find manifestations in other regions as well, but ultimately it is limited to the region or the territory to which you belong. But when we talk about this idea of communalism, it has no boundaries for that matter. Yes, regionalism can be secular for that matter. Yes, good observation. That when we talk about regionalism, it can be secular. It need not necessarily be on the basis of religion. But when we say communalism in India, it is on the basis of religion. And it may or may not have, say, your regional limitations. Now, these interests, what happens is, so we are saying that the interests are different, and these interests start coming in between the larger interests of the nation. So similarly, when we say region, if we divide country in different regions, and these regions undermine the interests of the nation, then it becomes a problem. Here as well, in communalism, when these limited narrow interests come in between the larger interests of the whole society or the nation, then it becomes a problem. So I hope you got the fair idea about what communalism is. Now, this is the stage or phases with respect to communalism, and these are also basic assumptions. As I've told you that when we talk about communalism, it is also a feeling. It also happens on a psychological level. So the basic assumption is that if we belong to one religion, we will have similar interests, both secular and non-secular interests, be it related to religion, be it related to the idea of nation, be it related to what business we should get into, how should we earn our money, etc. And again, you see that this is an assumption, because particularly in India, even when we talk about religion, you find that we are divided in various sects, and more often than not, it is the sectoral identity that actually plays a big role in our lives. Because say, talk about, say, Hindus or Muslims, Shias and Sunnis, for instance. In Hindus, you'll find Vaishnavites, Shivites. So everyone has different cultural practices, and particularly with respect to Hindus, you have varied sects, because it can revolve around one person, for that matter, right? So this idea, this assumption of all the Hindus having similar secular and non-secular interests, and all the Muslims or all the Christians having all secular, non-secular interests similar, is flawed. So that's why we say it is assumption. But this is the first assumption, or the first stage of communalism. The second one is that these interests are different from the interests of the other religion. And finally this, and you can apply the same logic of assumption, because these are basically working on the level of assumptions, because we know that it is not the case. When we talk about, say, the uh, economic dimensions, everyone would want to grow, everyone would want to have a better living, for that matter, everyone would want to have a better standard of living. And it does not. And in India particularly, we see, at least till before we find communalism strengthening its roots, before the advent of Britishers, we find that it was tolerant. So one of the major aspect of religion in India was considered to be tolerance, that you have to be not just tolerant, but you have to be accommodative of the other religion. That was one of the most important trait with respect to religions in India. And it is not just limited to one religion, that is Hinduism. It extends to Islam as well. That one of the basic idea behind religion was to be accommodative of the other religion. And that's where you find that the way arrangements were made in the weddings, that's how you find that now that we find communal conflicts are happening on eating of a certain meat, be it beef, be it pork. And previously we find that it was uh, say, people from one religious community will proactively come up and say that, okay, this is a festival, this is something that means that holds importance for the other people from other religion, and let's hold back, let's not do it. And then you find images at times wherein you'll find that both the processions of two religious festivities are going on together, people taking part in both. Then there are temples where you'll find entry through a mosque, for instance. So there are instances of conflicts in between, but generally you'll find that it was one of the most important ideas attached to religion was tolerance. Then ultimately, that these interests are not just different but conflicting as well. So either it should be your interests or our interests. Now let's do one thing. Let's take a break, and then let's start. Post the break, we'll start with the next dimension of communalism, that is a few myths regarding communalism. So these were basic assumptions that people take who are actually a part of this. Then there are basic myths regarding communalism. One will be the same, that is diversity. So let's do one thing. Let's take a break, and we'll continue this after the break. And we'll meet again at 8:05. Welcome back, everyone. Okay, so someone has asked a question that, with respect to assumptions, with respect to assumptions, how can we say that when our religion is divided into various sects, how can we say that interests of all the members of a religious community are same? That is what the point is. That's why we have written that these are assumptions that are generally made by the people who are involved in that, which is not the case. And we have given arguments for how these are not the cases. Yeah, so sectarian violence that happens, sectarian conflicts that happen, they are also covered under communalism only. Okay, so a few myths regarding communalism, the same thing. So one idea is, if there is diversity, if there is diversity, it will necessarily lead to conflict. This is one myth. Because in India, we have this diversity in terms of religions and sects since long, but we do not find a widespread history of violence in India. And we find that it was more of peaceful coexistence. Then communalism is not just religion's entry into politics, because we had leaders. For take example of Mahatma Gandhi, entry of religion in politics, but it did not get a negative connotation for that matter, because he was able to a great extent to take everyone together. So it is not just the entry of religion's entry in politics, that it is, communalism is not when the political parties start using religion as a tool for vote bank, as a tool to get votes. Else, say the state adopting a religion, it is not just that, it is more than that, and that's what we have been looking into. It is happening on a psychological level, which manifests through various conflicts and violent activities. Now, it is not just having religious differences does not convert into communalism on its own. Then communalism was not inherent in Indian society as has been generally assumed, and this is particularly from a historical perspective, that if you look at our history, it has been depicted in a way that uh, it was, say, during the medieval period, it was the Muslim rulers and the Indians who were subjects to that Muslim rule, considering all the Muslim peasants, all the Muslim artisans, all the Muslim landless laborers, administrative staff to be the rulers, and the Hindus to be the ruled. So that portrayal of Indian history has something to do with it. And we find that communalism has not been inherent, for that matter, in Indian society. And it is with the advent of the Britishers, it is with the entry of the Britishers, that we find that it started taking a new form. So, yes, there might have been conflicts, a few conflicts, but it was not that we had a lot of communal history. So, Sachin has given an example of Tipu Sultan and his donations to temples. And also, if we talk about, say, other Hindu rulers as well, it's not that they haven't looted temples or they haven't overtaken, say, Hindu villages by force. And those things used to happen because it was primarily from a political perspective. Now, so we date our emergence of communalism in India after the revolt of 1857. During the revolt of 1857, Britishers realized that if they come together, if the Hindus and the Muslims particularly, if they come together in this fight against us, then it's a lost battle. So why not break them up, use our policy of divide and rule for as long as we can? Because they had no say, idea of leaving. They had no plans of leaving, for that matter. So the best way to control this, the best way to overpower them, was to divide them. And thereon you'll find about the communal award, the idea for separate electorates, right, and how it flowed. And that is something there in your history books, and that is something that you have read in history lectures, that how it went on. And then now, apart from the historical factors which are here, which is something that you already know, that apart from these uh, historical factors, what are the other factors which promote communalism? So let's do that first. Before that, this communal and distorted view of history, it is the same point that I was talking about, that showing the history, portraying the history in light of, say, communal conflicts, that our society was ridden with communal conflicts, or it was always a fight between Hindus and Muslims, for that matter. So this is the poor and distorted portrayal of our history, which also accounts to this problem of communalism that we see today. Now, what, according to you, can be the other factors which promote communalism apart from the historical factor? Because this is the root of communalism, or the history of communalism in India. This is where it started. Now, what can be the other factors? Now, the first thing that we have to do with respect to that is, we will split it into, we'll first decide what can be the dimensions. So there can be an economic dimension as suggested by you, then there can be a social dimension. What else can be there? Isn't it a psychological phenomena? Can it have something to do with the policies of the governments? Right, great. So let's start one by one, and let's start from the psychological aspect, because communalism has to be primarily understood as a psychological idea. Demography will come with social. If there is any, you please suggest. Yes, you can definitely suggest the distribution, right? So okay, let's start with psychological. What can be the psychological factors leading to communalism? Yes, so Pyle is saying that diversity gives us this fascinating view, but if someone wants to destroy us, then they can do it easily. But that's where unity has to come into picture. That if we are united, then it won't be possible. There has to be that trust between various communities, between the people of the country. If we live together, then there has to be a certain sense of trust. So, on a psychological level, what can be the factors? So yes, one is feeling of oneness within the community. That feeling of oneness can be a factor, because that is actually what we have understood communalism as. Yes, it can be with your preachings, that you're not being told what is actually there. That distorted view of your spiritual text or your religious text can be the reason. Then yes, ethnocentrism can be there. Ethnocentrism, simply understand it as the feeling of superiority with respect to one's ethnicity and one's culture. So, on psychological level, just think about this. Say there was a communal conflict, and people were not rehabilitated properly. So, one, it becomes a political reason. But think about this, that impression of those rights will stay on for at least a couple of generations, because there'll be small children there in that conflict who who became a party to the violence. Then there'll be women against whom you find that generally they are the ones against whom most of the violence are committed, even during these communal conflicts. So that impression will stay for a long, long time, right? Yes, then the idea of fake news, the role of media can be thought about. The misleading and fake news that we find today, and it applies to most of our channels, most of our media channels. Preachings are the religious preaching. So what happens is that you'll find that there'll be religious leaders who radicalize these people on the basis of distorted view of spiritual texts, or your religious texts. Insecurities related to one's own faith, culture, yes, definitely yes. Yes, you can understand it as brainwashing as well, yes. Do not worry about the points that I'm writing. These are there in the PPT that we'll discuss. Okay, so these can be a few psychological reasons. Then what can be the political factors? One political factor, or I have already mentioned, is rehabilitation of the people who get affected during these communal conflicts, communal violence. Then it can be your vote bank politics. Great. The similar way we proceeded in regionalism, you can do it here. Then your hate speech, which you generally find prevalent before the elections. Yes, so these are the these hate speeches also provoke people to go commit violence. And also we see that when we talk about communalism, all the false ideas that you'll find here, you can definitely identify that this is all coming from your political and religious leaders. It is not that which is there in people. In people, they can have the feeling of connectedness, they can have the feeling of oneness, but rest is coming from outside. So it is not something that was bound to happen with our diversity. It is not something that people organically came up with, but it is something that has been artificially created, initiated by the British, and now perpetuated by various governments and political and religious leaders. And it has become such an issue because one of our major forms of socialization is what? Media. And in media, if you find these things day in and day out, these ultimately leads to the kind of violent conflicts that we see today. Rehabilitation with respect to, if there is a conflict, then you have to rehabilitate people, because there'll be people who would have lost their homes, there'll be people who would have lost their family members. So compensation has to be provided, they have to be rehabilitated, because they would have to leave that area at that time, right? They would be made to live in camps or some other places. So they would have they'll need rehabilitation. Ghettoization, great point. So yes, the ghettoization can be mentioned because we see that this is a cause and effect relationship as well. So when we see we when we observe that, generally we'll find that uh, people from various different religious groups, they live in separate localities. There is a sort of ghettoization, they live in ghettos. And another reason behind this is that it is generally the insecurity in minorities of getting into trouble if there is a communal conflict. This is that insecurity which leads to this process, which leads to this ghettoization, and which can definitely become a reason for the same. Changing name of places, etc., yes, it can, because that also gives people a sense of losing your identity. Because if you call a place by its name for 100, 200 years, and then all of a sudden the political dispensation changes it, then it also makes one say insecure with respect to their future. And then there can be government policies as well. So apart from the hate speech, vote bank politics, etc., there can be government policies as well. Can you please suggest something? It need not be say a complete act which has been implemented. It can be any policy. The lack of interpersonal trust and mutual understanding between two communities often result in perception of threat, harassment, fear, and danger. And you can think of it in terms of fear psychosis against the members of the other community, which leads to anger, hatred, phobia, etc. Yes, so this is one psychological reason factor. Yes, so uniform civil code can become one of the reason. Then when government, so just think about this: when government enters into the domain of religion, when government says that yes, Sneha had got the point, they start making changes. So those can be social evils. We're not questioning the intent. So there can be social evils related to religion, and in India, the system of secularism that we have is that government makes changes to those practices. If there is anything negative, if there are any social evils related to a few ritual practices, you can think about, say, triple talaq. You can think about temple entry ban. This also leads to the feeling that the government is biased towards the other religion. The government is making changes to the essence of our religion, so on and so forth. Okay, Nitish, whatever is it that you're writing, I'm not getting your question. And yeah, it has popped up not less than 5 times. Yes, so the ideological politics can also lead to these kind of issues. Then various economic factors can be there. The economic factor, the basic understanding is that of deprivation, and not just deprivation, relative deprivation. That compared to the other community, compared to the other religion, you do not know. You feel that you are deprived. You have lack of resources, etc. So this can be an economic reason. What can be other economic reasons? So poverty is covered with relative deprivation. Yes, we have. You can mention an exhaustive list for that matter, but it's generally the relative deprivation which fuels these issues. Lack of education is a social argument. Yes, yes. So yeah, if there is another community which develops, and but again, you remember that whenever you are looking at these aspects as well, it is generally your political leaders who would tell you, for the sake of vote bank, that this is it, this is what is happening, this is deliberate. The policies of the government, the current government, are deliberate, that they want to uh, push you towards poverty, and once we come in power, we are the ones who will take care of you. Yes, so unequal opportunities with respect to uh, say unequal economic opportunities, jobs, etc., leads to that. And also you see that there is a class divide. When we talk about ghettoization, we generally talk in terms of class, but here we find it in terms of religion as well. But generally you'll find that it has more to do with class as well, the class from which people are coming. Because if you go to, say, a locality where the rich and the affluent stay, where the rich live, you'll find that you would not there'll be more or less, say, representation from every religion or caste for that matter. So there you would not find that kind of ghettoization. It is generally in the poorer and the lower middle class sections that you find this. So Snehata, you're writing educational institutions, they spread communalism, but how? Like, you have to mention it, and it's better that you mention it here, so that we get an idea that in what direction your question is. Okay, then there can be various social factors related to this. Just think about religious conversions. Think about the low levels of awareness, education, etc., which can contribute as social factors to this issue of communalism. Yes, the socialization of children, and children by the family, and then later socialization of the masses in general with media. So media also plays a very important role with respect to this, with respect to spreading problems. Yeah, so hatred towards other communities has already been covered, and which is a part of the definition. So if you try to define communalism, we say that there is a sense of hatred towards other. Okay, so let's go through them quickly. You have understood the factors for that matter. So there can be psychological factors wherein your insecurities or fear psychosis might be instilled in you by the political leaders, that you are under threat, your existence is under threat if you do not take if you do not take the hold of the opportunity and say get into a violent conflict with the other community, else you'll be washed away from here. Then this the kind of insecurities that their population will take over your population by 2050 or 2060. What happens then? So these kind of, so instilling the uh, a sense of fear in the masses becomes and it is generally, again, it does not happen on its own. So there has to be a spark, because otherwise you would not think. Because do you think the common man, particularly in our country, has time and energy to look into these directions? With the job, with the work culture that we have, people barely get any time to take care of the family. How do people manage to say talk about all about religion? Would people do it on their own? They would not. So it is generally fueled by your political and religious leaders. Then post-riot trauma, because during the riots, the ones who get affected, particularly the children, because they are the ones who will get older tomorrow, who will have their own children, and this trauma will get passed on from generation to generation. And now what happens is, the conflict might have happened because of anything. That would not matter. That is secondary now. The primary thing is that people got hurt, people got injured, people got killed. And that trauma will stay. They would not care about what reason, because ultimately they'll feel it is because of the other community that we faced that problem, we faced that conflict and violence. And this trauma will go on, uh, get passed on from generation to generation. Just think of fear psychosis as a simple idea, just uh, instilling fear in the minds of people from that community, from that religion, so that they are charged towards communalism. Yes, so example is Gujarat Riots 2002. Not just that, any communal conflict for that matter, you'll find that it is generally the political dispensation who pushes people into these conflicts. So misleading information and various rumors that are spread just before these communal conflicts, communal violence is committed. And this misleading information, the major role is played by your media, because no one has a better reach compared to the media. No one has a better speed compared to the media. And you find today that if there is a conflict taking place in one area, it gets spread to others as well. So if say there is a Hindu Muslim conflict going on in Haryana, the chances are high that it might start spreading in Uttar Pradesh as well. Why? Because of role of media. And the spread, the reach, and the amount of trust that people have for media is different. Because say most of us are in the generation wherein we do not generally watch TV, watch these this television news, and most of you are preparing, so you read the newspaper. So we know that yes, we are comparatively more aware. But think of people for staying living in rural areas who do not have a great sense of understanding. All they do is listen to the news, create a WhatsApp message, keep forwarding it in the groups. Then globalization, as suggested by someone, that globalization with globalization, people are getting isolated, people are getting separated from their families. They move to the cities, for instance. Now there they do not have any sense of security, they do not have any sense of community. And religion is something which you'll find that gives that sense of solidarity to people, the sense of community to people. And that also leads to say renewed interest in these religious gatherings. Then economic factors can be unemployment, poverty, because ultimately it also comes down to the poorer sections, that they are the ones who are most vulnerable, because they are the ones who are generally made agents. Because if someone tries to say brainwash you and tries to instill that fear in you, that yes, tomorrow this might happen and this is the right time that we strike, the chances are very low that you will get into it. Generally it is the poorer sections who will actually go for it. So if we say eliminate poverty, if we somehow get rid of poverty, we can make their socioeconomic status better and ultimately avoid these kind of conflicts. So if the economy is poor, just think about this. If the economy itself is poor, they would not be able to invest in the social security needs of the people. Ultimately the people will also stay poor. Then migration is a growing cause of concern, because not just in India, you find that migration is increasingly becoming a reason of these communal violence. So communal rights happen because with migration you see that there can be people coming from other religion, and it is generally for the sake of again consolidating your vote bank. It is generally spread that they'll spread terrorism, they'll take away your jobs, they'll make your life hard, so on and so forth. So someone is suggesting giving money and spreading communal violence might be there, but we do not find a lot of instances for the same. Yes, it can be there because at least the leader will get paid. The one who's leading, the who's the one in charge, might be the possibility is high that they get paid for that. But it is not always the case, because ultimately it is people who actually take part in it. Then also with respect to economic competition, for instance, there are markets in every city. You'll find markets for marketplaces. There'll be people from say various religions. Generally what we find is that when it comes to residence, when it comes to say living, people stay in say with their community. But when it comes to business, people go anywhere. You go, say you're staying in Delhi, you go to Bombay to set up your business, for instance. Now there also you'll find that one idea is that people, because of the dealing, if they're dealing in the same product or the same service, they'll have that economic tension between them, right? The sense of competition between them. On that, if you add religion, the difference in their religion, it actually becomes say stronger than you expect. The rivalries become take a very say strong hold. These rivalries become everything for these people who are involved in that competition, which can also ultimately lead to violent conflicts as well. Now, if we talk about political, so one is vote bank politics, politics of appeasement. Politics of appeasement is appeasing or keeping one particular section of the society happy, so that they are your fixed vote bank. They'll be there. So appeasing them with, say, giving them benefits. So one is you keep them happy, you keep them intact as a group, one community, and at the same time, the other community who doesn't get the benefit of it can also feel that we are being discriminated against. So this politics of appeasement works in both ways. A simple definition of communalism has been given in the PPT as well, so you can understand it as the feeling of hatred between people from different religious communities, wherein they feel that the interests of the other, both secular and non-secular interests of the other community, are conflicting compared to ours. So this is the idea of communalism. And you can create your own simpler definition. If you want even simpler definition, you can. But I think this is a simple idea about communalism. And when we look into the phases, it becomes even simpler. Then hate speech, inflammatory speeches, generally these are made before the elections, because that is the right time you polarize and consolidate your vote bank. Then instigation by enemy states, role of non-state actors. This is something that you can think in terms of Pakistan. How Pakistan actually fuels a lot of communal conflicts in India, and at times it is found out that not just their various religious leaders, etc. It is at times their state as well. It is at times their government as well. And also, if you do not rehabilitate the victims in time, do not provide them justice, it ultimately goes on passing on to generations. Then various social factors, forced conversions, misinterpretation of religion by your religious leaders, telling you so misinterpreting or distorting the actual idea. Because say, think about this, the idea behind Hinduism, if you look into it, the idea is different compared to what is propounded, what you generally find people talking about. Then ethnocentrism, feeling that we are superior compared to others, which can also lead to, and this ethnocentrism you'll find in people generally, that while we talk about the rituals of other religion, the people of other religion, if there is an issue respect to other religion, then it will be highlighted. So if there is a murder, if there is a say rape, we generally are looking for the angle of religion in there. So the problem with that. Now, your various religious fanatic organizations that you have examples for, it's better not to write in the examination, because you never know where one is coming from. So it's better you keep it abstract. So there can be these organizations, because these organizations play a role in this misinterpretation of religious texts. They play a role in inciting hatred among people, mobilizing them for communal rights, etc. Lack of education, because then they are more vulnerable to all this hatred that they are perpetuating. Negative role of media, already seen now. Social media, with its speed, with its reach, it spreads within seconds, within minutes, and which leads to conflicts in multiple places at times at the same time. Now, growing population, burden on resources, one. Second thing is, in sense of growing population, misinterpreting the demographic data, saying that the rate of increase is so much, and calculating using some flawed calculations, and saying that tomorrow it'll be the case that you will be left with nothing, because the other religious community is going to overtake you in population, in terms of resources, and then oust you of this country or forcibly convert you. Then religious revivalism and fundamentalism, do not confuse between them. So when we say religious revivalism, it basically means it is a general idea of reviving a few traditions, rituals, etc., related to your religion. So, in terms of so if you talk about religious revivalism, connected to various revival social movements during your modern history. But when we talk about fundamentalism, which should ideally have been mentioned here, this also talks about going back to the fundamentals, but it takes a very hard stand with respect to that. That this is how it has to be done. You cannot change it. So fundamentalism takes a very hard stand with respect to religion, talking about going back to the fundamentals. And now we see that religion is something not static. Religion is not static. Yes, we have the spiritual books, the religious texts, which are more or less static, and those also you have seen that they get changed over a period of time. But their interpretation is changing. The nature, the practice of religion is changing. And if you want to go back to the fundamentals, then you have to take all the progress back as well. So, for example, if you want to go back to the fundamentals, then women get that inferior status that they used to. And generally, you'll find that the people who are, because if we talk about the older religions, they were not, and most of the religions across the world for that matter, are not very egalitarian. Leave a few, but most of them are not very egalitarian with respect to gender parity. And if you talk about people who are generally have a fundamentalist approach, who have a lot of bias towards their own religion, generally you'll find them disrespecting to women, right? So this idea of fundamentalism and the idea of revivalism is different, but revivalism can also lead to this thing, because then other religions will also feel that why don't we revive our rituals, practices? And with this, you find that communal conflict can happen. Yes, PFI, which is banned by the government, can be used as an example. So growing population already explained. Then if we talk about marketing of religion, now see the today's world. If you look at today's world, how do you find the idea of religion manifesting itself? Because idea of religion basically is something private, is something which is meant for your spiritual journey. Yes, there is a social utility with respect to religion, that it holds the society together, it gives hope to the poor, etc., etc. There are various utilities with respect to religion, but generally it is something of a private nature. It is personal. What I practice, what you practice, is none of each other's concern, and it is ultimately for your spiritual growth. But now if you look at religion, it has become a marketing instrument. Now the way you find it in public, one is the commercialization aspect, that now if you, okay, you don't want to say go all the way, walk all the way up to the hill and get some puja done, you can just purchase it online. So people are more inclined, because now it is becoming easier, it is coming, it is now according to your convenience. Okay, so Sikh rites that were there were not communal as such, but revenge of right against Indira Gandhi's assassination. So can it be termed as communal or not? Yes, it can be termed communal, because ultimately it was the religious identity which was put into the question, which was given the central stage, right? Yes, so various Sneh Plata is suggesting various some apps, etc., which you find in news, which portray women in negative light, but it is with respect to other religion. So what example I was giving you was of fundamentalism. So marketing of religion, now one, it has become convenient. Now you find it everywhere. The news, everything spreads easily. A lot of businesses around religion coming up. So reviving basically all the aspects of religion. So these can be various factors with respect to uh, contribution to communalism, that how these can lead to communalism. Now we say that the world is getting secularized, and when we talk about secularization, it means the decreasing influence or significance of religion. So at the same time, we say that the religion or the religious ideas are taking a backseat. Now it is more and more modern and rational ideas. Now people look for rationality in everything. People look for rationality in everything. what is the scientific approach. But at the same time, we see that there has been a rise in communal conflicts, and particularly in our country, there has been a rise in these communal conflicts. So, how is this issue with respect to communalism maintaining its continuity? Now, one thing is you can think of it as a reaction. One is a simple idea, religious fundamentalism, which comes as a reaction to the changing nature of religion. The practices are dying down, and why not go back to the fundamentals and revive our religion? Then also, you see, when we say that the modernizing forces are diminishing the religion, one is reaction, backlash against the decreasing significance of religion. Another way is using those. Another way is using these modern scientific ideas to explain the practices of your religion, because today you find that various religious practices, okay, there is a practice with respect to uh, ringing the bell, or with respect to walking bare feet in a place of in the place of prayer, because it's everywhere. So one is the aspect of respect that you have to accord to a religious place, and the other thing is people are looking for scientific explanations of the same. So using the same scientific forces to advance religion. And now you find a lot of products and services that they give it this scientific outlook, that this is a practice and this is scientific. Yes, it can be scientific. That is not a problem. That is not under question. But the idea is using these modernizing forces to advance religion. Now, the decreasing tolerance in people over the years. Now, this decrease can be thought of in terms of, say, the forces of modernization, globalization, etc. That people are now feeling lost, in the sense that we are losing our practices, we are losing our diversity, we are losing our beliefs, and because of which they feel that this diversity and these other religions and religious communities are a problem, and this leads to the continuity in the idea of communalism. And then other, you have your various political factors like vote bank politics, appeasement politics, that are still there. And generally these political leaders are the ones who instill this hatred in the community. And then there can be socioeconomic factors, because people uh, who do not have the right means tend to fall prey to these religious and political leaders. Then also for example, the changes that are being brought about, as Lata is suggesting, like ban on triple talaq, was not appreciated very well by the say Muslim community overall. So the increasing interference of state in the matters of religion, in the matters of your daily eating habits, eating practices, what do you wear, what you don't wear, this also becomes a reason for hatred. Okay, so yes. So all the points that you have also suggested have been mentioned. Yes, so in Islam and Hindu holy texts, we find that women are given equal respect, but it is because of the interpretation that we find this problem of it's a gender parity with respect to our religious texts. Yes, so I think this is done. So religious fundamentalism is basically the idea of going back to the fundamentals of the religion, but you have to follow them strictly without failure. It has to be followed. So that is what religious fundamentalism is, because when we talk about revivalism, it is mild in the sense that it is just talking about reviving a few cultural practices of the religion. Going back to the fundamentals means, going back to the fundamentals means that you have to strictly adhere to those rules, like application of Sharia law. What is that? The idea of religious fundamentalism. Yes. So now I hope you have understood this. So what you have to understand is that one, it can happen because of various socio-economic and political factors. That is simple. Then you also have to understand that it is ultimately something that is psychological, because you cannot say incentivize people. You cannot incentivize people to commit violence against another just for the sake of money. So there has to be a deep sense of togetherness. There has to be a deep sense of say uh, affection for your community, and that is only when you can actually commit those kind of crimes. You cannot commit those kind of crimes. Only a professional would commit those kind of crimes for that. So instilling that passion in people with respect to their religion and their community is something that is a worrying trend. It is not just the policies of the state, because if there is any state policy, there'll be equal and opposite reaction to that. So yes, triple talaq appreciated by women. They constitute at least half of the population of that particular religious community. Then again, appreciated by a lot others who have been faring well in life and who felt that it is not a right practice. But when it comes to instilling that fear, that hatred in people, it becomes a problem. Appeasement politics, already discussed. Appeasement politics is favoring a particular religious community, and because of which what happens is the other community feels that we are being discriminated against, and even this community will have a strong sense of say togetherness because of these reasons. So these are the reasons for uh, communalism still prevailing in our society. Now the next part is what, because communalism we have seen, regionalism we were saying that it can be portrayed in a positive light as well. It can have positive impacts. But when we talked about communalism, you find that it is all negative. You cannot look into any positive aspect, right? Because it is ultimately detrimental to the society as a whole. Then what are the measures? What can be the measures which we can take to curb this? So Deepika is asking, so at the same time we are talking about the forces of modernization, globalization and secularization, but also we see that there has been an increasing number of communal conflicts. What is what is it about? So as already discussed, as already mentioned, that one, it is a backlash to secularization, backlash to the decreasing significance of religion, and also then there are other factors which lead to this state of our society, that we see modern elements in the society, and then we see these kind of elements which which no society should have. For that matter, communal conflict is something that should not have ideally prevailed, because religion is something personal, something very private, and it should not matter that what is happening. Okay, so you're suggesting various ideas, and you cannot say that NRC is misleading. So someone suggesting that NRC is misleading, it is, how can you say that? That is what you have to see. You cannot make a statement like that, and do not do that in the examination at least. But now that you have mentioned it, you please explain that how is it misleading. So vigilantism has also increased, yes. Now what can be done to control this? One is, Sachin is asking whether the first phase of communalism can be positive. No, it cannot be, because it is an assumption. So you can think of it as an assumption or a phase. So if you look at that, saying that people belonging to the same religious group will have same set of interests is a very far-fetched assumption. So yes, it cannot be considered positive there as well. So now one is, we see that the role media plays is generally negative. At least today's media plays a very negative role with respect to managing these conflicts, because they are the ones who start misleading people. They are the ones, over a period of time, they give the slow poison in the form of uh, say hatred for each other's community. So this has to be made positive. One, media can be regulated. There have to be checks and balances, because they cannot go away they cannot, they should not be able to get away with misleading information, which ultimately can, and yes, it leads to violence. And they just go on, they air the next show. This should not happen. They have to be made more responsible. So one is role of media. In role of media, the media has to be regulated. They have to be made more responsible. That is the way you can stop them. Because if it comes to intent, ultimately it's a production house. Ultimately it's just another business. So if it is a business, then government has to come up with stricter measures and should penalize if anyone is found spreading false information. Because think of the spread of these channels. Think of the spread. And also with respect to social media, there has to be a certain level of say regulation, wherein yes, people have yes, people have the freedom. It's not that the government is curbing freedom. It is not a dent on freedom. It is for the betterment, in the sense that there has to be an autonomous body. Then if there is that gap or the trust issue between the government and the citizens, which ideally should not be there, then let there be an autonomous body who regulates it, be it media, be it social media. Now social media also, because with media there is one way communication, right? There are people who will spread the information. With social media, the thing is that everyone is an author in their own right. Anyone can publish their views, their opinions, which also becomes problematic. Then you can talk about the government dealing with these communal outfits, because these communal groups, these religious groups are the ones who ultimately radicalize people. Then decommunalizing people at all levels. So basically the idea of acculturation. If people are made used to, and they also share culture with different say religious communities, they have a sense of they develop a sense of respect for them, and they feel that it is not something alien. It is not something, because the basic assumption is their or the other religious communities interests are different. Then they'll find, no, it is not that different. And on these lines, if you have read, maybe you might have read this in your modern history, that Bipin Chandra had this argument with respect to communism, that if you take up a Punjabi Muslim and a Punjabi Hindu, and if you compare them, you'll find nothing but similarities, more than 95% similarities. And if you take up a Punjabi Brahmin and say Bengali Brahmin, and you'll find nothing but differences in terms of culture, practices, etc. And the percentage, we're not sure, but yes, to a great extent, you find that. So people belonging to the same religion, they'll have different cultural practices. Yes, your major festivals are remain the same. Your major festivals remain the same. Apart from that, the practices around those, they are different. So if there is a Bengali uh, Hindu and a Bengali Brahmin, they'll end up speaking the same language. They must be speaking the same language. Yes, they'll be say they'll be slightly different in terms of mixing of words, etc. But otherwise, they are experiencing the same culture. So even though we have a similar culture, The basic assumption is the culture is completely different. So awareness regarding that has to be spread, and how to do it better than acculturation, that people adopting. And this can be done at all levels. When we say all levels, it can be done starting right from schools. Because in schools, if you come from a particular region, so for example, if I talk about myself, from my region, in my region, you do not have a lot of Muslims, and you do not have Muslims at all in our vicinity. And we did not get any, say, cultural uh, exchange with respect to, say, Muslims there during our school days. It was much later than we realized that, yes, but there was no awareness as well with respect to religion, that this is one different religion, you are from a different religion, the practices are different, because the society is not polarized, was not polarized like that, but today it is. So why not expose children right from the childhood, so that they have the sense of community that they have with respect to their own religion. They should have that sense of community with respect to the community at large. Then communalization of the state and of the political elite has to be checked. And in what respect it is being said, that if there are communal outfits, the government forget dealing with them sternly, appreciating them for committing this violence, right? Then also the same communalization of the civil society also has to be checked. Now this communalization, like socialization, is happening majorly through media these days. It is media which is at the heart of it, because without media, otherwise it would not have been possible. This speed and the spread of media is becoming a worrying issue. And you see that how quickly it can break the social fabric. Then the role of media has been mentioned. Then there can be peace committees which can be set up. Then think about this. Rehabilitation should happen in proper time. Justice has to be provided, because if justice delayed is justice denied. So rather than delaying it, work on it, do it quickly on the government or the policy level. So also on the societal level, if we talk about society, the society at large has to be decommunalized. Yes, if there was some issue in the past, yes, there was a right that happened in the past. Yes, you are in your rights to pass on the information that this and this right happened in the past, but do not say that it applies to today as well. So if you are passing on information to your children, let it be value neutral, let it be plain, simple, factual, very objective, and not add the element of subjectivity. Because if subjectivity approached in a sociological way is fine, if you approach it with in a sociological manner from all the dimensions, it is fine. But if you approach that subjectivity, and that subjectivity is because of your nature, because of your partial nature, then it becomes a problem. Yes, so Saki is saying that what about the subjectivity of the teacher? Yes, it is there. The subjectivity will be there because that biasness will be there. And we find that this is basic human nature. As mentioned about your language, about your religion, about your region, people will have biases. People will have biases based on the socialization that they have gone through. But the idea of sociology as a subject is we have to try to be as neutral as we can, so that we do not look biased, we do not act biased when needed. Yes, so uh, someone is mentioning about the role of ECI. Yes, it is model code of conduct is there, but you still find these rampant. Why? Because the level of the level of regulation is not much, and also ECI to that extent is not that powerful. And yes, the idea of oneness which is there within the community, we versus us, us versus them. They should not be there, because if we are living in one country, if we are living together, then we should be considered as one. We should be one community. Then also it applies to the global level as well, the idea of say universalism. But let's not get into the philosophical dimension, but think about it, that if you're living in the same country, irrespective of our religion and various other forms of diversity, we should be one, because we are one. We're staying together, we're living together, we're sharing our resources together. Then why do we have hatred? Okay, so the next idea is secularism. Now the thing is, it can come as a solution to the challenge of communalism. One. Second, it has to be looked at from the constitutional and political dimension, wherein we talk about the secularism of the state or secular state. So one idea is that is coming from your polity lectures, and the other idea is that of secularization attached to it. Now, when we use the word secularism, it means secularism of the state. That is the political meaning attached to it. And when we say secularization, it is the decreasing significance of religion, which is ultimately covered up by your uh, modern methods like rationalization, etc. So what we are going to do is, yes, we'll look into the dimension of secular state, because a similar question has been asked twice in the past on this. But what also we have to do is, we have to look at secularism from the perspective of the society, from the perspective of secularization as well. So do not get confused. I'll definitely mention whenever there is a shift, we'll mention. But primarily understand that secularism is understood as secularism of the state. Now, what is this secularism? Being secular, you mean, simply understand, getting away from religion, separating religion is what secularism is. So here, in terms of state, secularism is separation of the state, that is your government, and religion. Secularism is separation of the state and religion. Now, this secular state can be looked at from two ideas. One is your Western idea, and the other one is your Indian idea. How they're different and everything, I know you are aware, but let's proceed with this. And we have given detailed notes with respect to this. So we will be discussing secularism shortly, and you would have to go through the notes as well that are there. And it's not that we're going to miss on any dimension. We will cover. The only dimension that we are going to miss is the political dimension, the constitutional dimension, which is covered in your polity paper. Uh, so when we talk about secularism, one, it can be secularism of the state. Second, it can be secularism of the society. Then second idea is, when we talk about secularism of the state, it basically means separation of religion and politics. And now this secularism can be manifested in two ways, generally manifests itself in two ways. One is the Indian way, and the other one is the Western way. Now, Western way simply is complete separation of the church and the state, a wall of separation between church and the state. Now, understand Western society, major religion, Christianity. And if we go back to the medieval times, you find that not just there in the West, but everywhere, pretty much everywhere, you find there was a rise in the number of, say, there was a rise in the power of the church. You can understand it simply. The church was having an influence over your politics. Church was getting financially and economically stronger, and thereby getting into the way of the functioning of the state. That is what the pretext to this is. So why church? Because primarily it is Christianity there, and it was the clergy, it was the authority of the church which was prevailing. Because you find that even in India during medieval times, there were kings who talked about their authority to rule, who talked about their power to rule coming directly from the God. They considering themselves as messengers of God. So yes, during medieval times, religion, with respect to its significance, with respect to its authority, was at its peak. Now, at its peak, the church was getting very powerful and interfering with the state. So, with this, you find that the idea of secularism came in, because the state is also changing over a period of time. Now, this idea of and just to tell you briefly, how did it change that? Initially, the idea attached to state was that state is basically something that has been provided to us by God. It was considered to be something that has been provided by God, or at least not created by men. But over a period of time, people realize that it is something that is actually has originated in us. It is not God who has given us this state. It is us who have created this state together. And in forms of various social political revolutions, they saw that we can change this. With this, you find the nature of the state changing. Now it is people centric. Now it is citizen centric. And slowly we will ultimately move towards democracy in the future. But now, if you see that this idea of the change or the idea behind the origin of state changed over a period of time, which also led to the separation between the church and the state. Because church was getting powerful, the state, the work of the state is getting and interfering in the work of the state. So ultimately, this separation happened when people with enlightenment, with the uh, time, with modernizing forces, realized that religion should not be accorded this kind of importance, and hence that change happened. Otherwise, you'll say that if the church was so powerful, why did it given to the state, right? So this was the pretext to our Western concept of secularism, how it originated. So there was one major religion, the church, the Christianity. Now the church is getting very powerful and interfering in all the and becoming the basis for all your social, political, economic decisions. Now with this came the to counter this came the idea of secularism, wherein there came a strict wall of separation between church and the state. So the church does not interfere with the matters of state or the matter of politics, and the politics does not interfere in the matter of religion. This is the idea of this is the Western idea of secularism. But in India, if we look at the pretext, we find that India has been a diverse country, so there cannot be any strict separation as such. India has been a diverse country since the very beginning, and the model that we have adopted is because if the state does not come in between, if the state creates a wall of separation with religions, if the state is completely separate with respect to religion, what will happen is that because of this diversity, because again, another assumption, this diversity can lead to conflict. So rather than state taking up a religion that is becoming, say, adopting a religion, for example, Pakistan became an Islamic state for that matter. Then you have your Middle Eastern countries who have a religion, uh, the states have a religion of their own. Rather than doing that, or rather than creating a strict wall of separation between politics and religion, the Indian way of adopting secularism was having equal respect, treating every religion with equal respect, protecting the rights of every religion equally. So, equal protection to every religion and equal respect to every religion became the Indian way of doing it. Why? Because it has been the traditional way of it has been the traditional way in which Indian society dealt with the problem of diversity. If you would have heard of the idea of Sarv Dharma Sambhav, because secularism, when we talk about, when we convert this, translate this in Hindi, it comes to Dharma Nirpekshata, which means devoid of religion. But if you see in Indian context, it is not the case, because we see our state, our government interfering in matters of religion. We see a role of religion in political decision making. So it is not devoid of religion, it is not different from religion. There is no strict wall of separation. It is sarva dharma sambhav, meaning that every religion is accorded equal importance and respect by the state, and equal protection is being provided by the state. Okay, so this was the basic idea about secularism, that what levels, at what levels we can see secularism at. So one idea is that of secularism of the society, or secularization of the society, decreasing importance or decreasing significance of religion in society. Another idea is that of secular state, the state being secular. That can be done in two ways. One is not interfering in religion at all, and the other way is protecting each and every religion equally. So these are two ideas with respect to secularism. Ajay, your question will be dealt with if you wait, because this is something that we are going to discuss. So the idea of patience that one needs to have should be there in you as well, because this is a long preparation. How do you plan on, with your level of patience, how do you plan on holding on to the preparation for next 10, 12 months? Because at times it takes 2, 3, 4, 5 years to clear this examination. How do you plan on doing that with the levels of patience that you have? So before you ask a question, just think whether we are there yet or not. Now let's get back to the Indian idea of secularism. If we talk about secularism in India, the first question is, why do we need it? Now the basic argument is to counter communalism so that there are no communal conflicts. So because of our diversity, we are vulnerable to conflicts. Because conflict, as when we talk about society, you say that there is cooperation and conflict in the society. There can be cooperation, there can be conflict. Now, conflict is being a natural part of the society. It might happen, so to avoid that conflict. Second idea is that of cooperation. Now, people have varied identities. People speak different languages. People follow different religion. Then, how do they have this sense of togetherness? How do they have this sense of unity? To enhance this sense of unity, the idea of secularism is required. Then with this need, the basic, this is just for the basic understanding that why at all do we need secularism, because we could have done without secularism as well. Why didn't we take the other method, that is the western method of secularism? Why not a strict wall of separation between uh, religion and politics? Because again, then our diversity comes into the picture, because there it is only one religion, one major religion. Yes, they have sects within that. In Christianity, you have Protestants, Catholics, etc. They fight amongst each other. That is there. But at least the major religion is one. The ground rules are pretty much similar with respect to the religion. Now, if we talk about secularism in India, you find it in your constitution. The first, it was added to the preamble, etc. And you know the discussion and debates around it. That is maybe your second or third lecture where it is discussed. Now, secularism being the essential character of Indian constitution cannot be removed. Now, let's get come to our discussion. What we have to deal with here. Now, there can be two concepts. Negative. Negative is negating someone. Neg- uh, Negative can be understood as pushing something away, and positive can be understood as being accommodative, letting people come. Now, if we talk about the Western concept, you see that it is negative in the sense that it is tearing them apart. It is tearing religion and politics apart. It is creating a wall of separation between the church and the state. And also, And also, if you see that when we talk about this wall of separation, what happens if there are any evil practices related to religion? What if there are minorities in your society? What if there are minorities with respect to religion? Don't you think if there is no role whatsoever from the state, that the minority might get assimilated into the majority? If you remember the term assimilation, one was acculturation that we have discussed, adopting each other's cultural traits. The other idea was that of assimilation, that with their sheer numbers, the majority religion might assimilate the minority ones, and hence the minority ones losing their religion. And this tends to happen over a time. So if we talk about, say, the global culture, we see that it is spreading. It is assimilating all the other cultures in it. So one is assimilation. Another aspect is the the majority religion can basically overpower the minority religion as well. They can be pushed down, or they can be treated in an inferior manner. And you have seen time to time, not in India but at least globally, you would have seen that over a period of time, the how the majorities have treated the minorities. So for instance, Christians being thrown away to the say tigers, for instance. So always we find historically that the majority does not treat the minority well if there is no interference from the state. So for this reason, you find that one, it becomes important to have secularism in India, and second is, this is a say critique of the Western concept. So if, say, India would have went taking that Western model, what would have happened? Because this can be a question, and UPSC has asked questions like this: if not for Gandhi, how our freedom struggle would have gone, for instance. So similarly, if India would have taken the route of Western form of secularism, how things would have been. So you see, the evil practices related to our religions, any religion, you can talk about Hinduism, and you can talk about, say, Islam, talk about triple talaq, talk about temple entry, talk about sati, etc. Now, what would have happened to those? How the government would have taken care of these social evils? That means the society would not have been able to go over this, get out of the problems that they had faced traditionally. And also, when we talk about the Western concept is also, you can say, but you not have to remember this, is also a concept of political citizenship, wherein any member of the society, any member of that country, any citizen of that country is just a citizen, is a citizen for the state. Rest of your identities, only your political identity, which is your citizenship, matters. Other identities, like which religion you come from, what socioeconomic background you come from, do not matter to the state. That is what the idea of citizenship is. And if you look at their concept of secularism, this is where it has been derived from. That for the state is not going to get into any kind of matters of religion. State is not going to enter the domain of religion, and the religion is not supposed to enter the domain of the state. This was this idea of strict separation. So, but slowly we see that things are changing as well. That even the Western countries are moving a little towards Indian model. So, though we see that when we created our constitution, and over the years, it was said that India has adopted secularism from the West. But whereas we find that in India, secularism has been there traditionally, the idea of Sarv Dharm Sambhav. And then today as well, if we see that comparing the models, Our model is better, having equal protection to every religion, so that we can preserve our diversity, so that there are no conflicts in the society. And plus, you get rid of all the social evils, all the evil practices related to those religions. And slowly we see that even other countries are moving in this direction. uh, think about the say aligned turban in defense forces. Otherwise, when it comes to defense, it has to be completely uniform, right? It talks about uniformity. They maintain that uniformity strictly. But in India, we say that yes, if you have your certain religious identity, please do carry it. Not a problem, as long as it does not come in between your training and the performance of your duties. And now slowly we see that with time, even though West has been considered modern, for that matter, West has been considered rational, but we find that they are also moving towards this idea, because now they have realized that this is more rational. That is something personal, and as long as it does not come in between the performance of duties, why not let it be there? So this is the basic idea of negative and positive concept. So in the Indian concept of equal protection, equal respect, and protection to everyone, is the Indian idea of secularism. The Western idea or negative idea is separation between the church and the state. Now, someone had asked a question, I think France, yes. So ban on burqa in public place. Now you see that government has done it so that you do not carry your religious identity. One, second, say empowering women so that they are not forced to wear that burqa, because it is seen as a sign of say objectification of women. But also what we have to know is, what we have to realize is that whenever decision is supposed to be made, it's better to take the stakeholders together. The stakeholders, the ones who will get impacted by the decision, should also be taken into account. The governments should not take decisions unilaterally. So yes, there'll be always a certain section which would not be happy with the decision, but yes, it is fine. That is the balance you can strike. And also you have to remember, so this gives you an example of how to strike that balance, how to reach that optimum level, so that there is no disturbance or conflicts in the society. Neither are people who have been downtrodden for ages now stay there. So they get empowered, and there is no conflict because of this change. Yes, so the Indian idea of treating no religion as state religion, the state does not have a religion of its own, and upholding all religions at the same time. And also, you'll find the positive in this concept is as well is that there is a sense of positive discrimination, that the minorities are accorded protection. The idea of assimilation that we are giving there. So, if not for positive discrimination by the state, the minorities will end up losing their identity over the years. So, the method of positive discrimination that you read, that is there in your constitution. Now, this is basically comparison of Indian and the Western concept. Now, what we'll do is, now whatever points are there actually have been covered. Post this, we have given this idea of whether Indian secularism has been adopted from the West. That also dimension we have touched, and then this table on differences between the Indian and the Western form of secularism, and later the questions. So, what we'll do is, let's because it's almost time now, and what we can do is we can leave it here today. You just do one thing: take up this PPT, read it, and also let me know if you have any questions. What we'll do is, tomorrow we'll take 15-20 minutes and quickly run through all these dimensions. If there is anything left, we'll take care of that. So with this, what we can do is we can conclude today's lecture, and I believe all your questions that have been asked have been answered. And Yes. Okay. So yes, let's continue from here tomorrow. And okay, please do. It's my request, humble request. Please do read the 5 6 pages that are there on this chapter, so that you tomorrow you come prepared with your revision. You can just do it because we have covered these aspects. It is just a more structured way of providing this content. Okay, thank you everyone. Have a good day. See you tomorrow.
अरे वो जो सुबह सेशन होता है